I think is important is cohesive across all the weapons. If Gunlance had Blast Dash and no other weapon had like anything super crazy, it would be a bit out of place. So it kind of, yeah, I agree. I think it's not the vision they're going for here, but maybe it's in the DLC, or maybe it's in there and no one knows it yet. It could be a different button combo or something.
There's still potential for Blast Dash to be in there, but again, I wouldn't expect it because I don't think it makes a lot of sense for this version of the game. So what are you guys going for in terms of mains? There's still going to be a longsword main 2.6?
Like, not even a longsword main. I'm actually a bow main, but I play a lot of longsword now. Did you know that, right? My actual main weapon is the bow.
So you should absolutely be longsword and bow now then, because like bow is looking hella good with those infinite coatings and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm just like a contrarian because it's like bow got too popular in World, and I was like, no, I don't want to play that anymore.
You want to play the underdog weapon?
Yeah. Longsword has always been popular, but like it was fun to play, but it's getting a bit too popular now. Gunlance is looking good. I might have 7 years territory. Might get. But like Lance is might be the one that I actually pick up later because
Lance
like actually
Hold on, who thinks the secret Lance play? Like when we were doing Extreme Behemoth, who was tanking with the Lance? You know, so he doesn't know what's up with the Lance.
Wait, I don't play a lot of the heavy bow guns as well. Actually, most of the weapons I play a lot of.
Wasn't I there for your first Extreme Off kill?
Maybe you were. I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure I was, because like I remember we were even talking about how I was saying, guys, I'll bring my white mage set and it'll be fine because I was gonna do
the
heal everything, and then you guys are like, no, just bring the most damage possible. And I was like, all right, Nergy got the charge blade it is. And it was like charge blade all day, and it was funny because that day I remember that I was doing like a family lunch or something, so it was literally like I killed Extreme Off 3 guys and I was like, guys, this was awesome, bye.
No, it was super fun. I have like fond memories of that fight, even down to like the little thing of you could do the dragoon and like jump over the meteor special move. That was just like a nice hidden thing that they had in that. That was like just a fun experience.
I never did that. I was like, nope. I mean, I'm big rock. No, I'm staying on big rock. None of this nonsense. It was actually funny because I have a friend of mine who played with me all the time, and I had to like, listen, you're gonna have to play a different weapon because he was playing aerial insect blade, and he couldn't tell when he had Charybdis because the effect would spawn in the ground, and he was in the air, so he couldn't. And suddenly it's like there's tornado in the middle of everybody. We're all and I was like, listen, you gotta change weapon, otherwise this isn't happening. Yeah, but it was definitely an interesting fight. It was a good time. So Lance, that is something that I wouldn't have expected. I wasn't aware that you liked the Lance as much. I think when we did Extreme Ops, we were tanking with the heavy bowgun because that was like super overpowered.
Yeah, that was fun. That is like sometimes the cheesy builds in Monster Hunter end up being like just stupid and fun to do. And it was like it had its own mechanics in a way. You couldn't shoot and like properly like block at the same time. You couldn't like reload, so you had to kind of pace yourself. And obviously it wasn't as like hard as using another like the new weapon, but I was just there like shotgunning Behemoth's face. Like you would have never had that in like Final Fantasy.
The machinist in Final Fantasy shot No, it was really cool because it was able to get aggro super reliably with spread shots, right? Spread shots you get like aggro instantly. So yeah, Lance, that's pretty cool. I played Lance. I have some Lance footage in my gameplay. I really enjoyed it, even though I didn't know what I was doing most of the time. But it felt very strong.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of people are like, there's a few weapons that people say that they're disappointed with that they didn't get as many additions, but I feel like for the Lance and for a couple of the other weapons like the Dual Blades, they've made essential changes to the core gameplay that you're going to be using it a lot in the day-to-day like hunts as well. And I think while Longsword might just got a flashy, like a couple of like flashy moves, how effective are they going to be to the actual like gameplay and core loop? I'm not going to say that. I think they're going to be overpowered for the Longsword in particular. Probably a bad example, but you get me. There's a couple of weapons that have got like super flashy moves that you might not necessarily use all the time, but for the launch, you're going to be using those guards, you're going to be using those counters, you're going to be using all of that stuff, and you're going to be leaving that in and it's giving you way more options as well. So yeah.
How about you, Paradise? What weapon are you going for this time around?
I'll just quickly, before I say that, I'll just quickly say this with like strong behemoth with like the aggro. And I like that Wilds now has the luring pods,
Yeah.
which basically do the same thing. So if you're playing like longsword and you're a parry god, or if you're playing lance or even gun lance, you can do that on any monster now, which I think is really cool because it gives you almost a more defined role in the hunt. And I think we might see a resurgence in those kind of tanky builds of players.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could go in as in world, make like an immortal like armor set as a lance player, but if the monster's not focusing you, it's not super like worthwhile, right?
I'm 100% bringing 5 luring pods at every hunt that's multiplayer. Because I don't know if you guys know, but those you guys have obviously seen the multi-worm state combos that it does, where you're like, brah, state, another one, brah, state. Those have built-in guard keys. So whenever the shield's in front, it's kind of like the charge blade. So you're able to tank very effectively with the gun lance right now while still pitching out damage, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, and think about think about the different modes that you have that love in their hunts traditionally. You've got like hunting stuff, like everyone loves hunting. Everyone loves an SNS guy with wide range because it's just so easy breezy for everybody, and now it's going to be like a lower lance or gun lance player that you've seen in your party, you're like, he's got this, So I really like that they're going to do that. But doubling back to weapons, I feel like I had games like a long time ago, but now we just play everything. There's definitely weapons that I'm more like comfortable with or just straight up enjoy playing more. Like I really like the charge blade, I really like the spin attacks. I love the blade, and I love the bow as well.
It's an interesting spread. It's an interesting spread you get going because like you're talking about some really technical weapons like the charge blade, the switch axe, and then you're like, but I also like the which are
that's
a
just
lot
it, the bunga slash, the little kind of blade down spine there.
They
all are
stand
like satisfying to
sideways.
play, but yeah, I wouldn't really say I have a main anymore because I just play all of them and I just like ones more than others, but play all of them now really.
Yeah, no, definitely. Maybe a little fun game that we can do is like go through the weapons and each say like what we think of each one of them because we played all of them.
I don't play all of them. I don't play any of the range weapons.
Do you not? You don't play any of the range weapons?
And it's funny because like if you look at other games, like for instance Tokiden, in Tokiden, my main weapon was the bow.
What is it?
Yeah, because I would have friends that I would play with on Vita, and they would all want to play melee weapons, and then eventually you end up with some early that was like, oh, his weak spot is like somewhere super up top that you guys can't reach. I got you. How? Just like that. The ultimate of the bow, like chop that part clean off. It's like no problem. And then when they made Kiwami, I played the rifle. But the reason I played ranged weapons in those games is because there's no ammo management. The moment you give me ammo management, I was like, oh, no, I don't. See, I like the gun lance because I can just reload shells. They don't end. Shells are forever.
Well, in Wilds, if you're good enough, you don't need to manage your ammo. You just need to dodge.
No, but
Refines everything now.
I think that's just for bow. But for bow guns, you still need to craft some of the ammo. Not all of it, though, because like normal, piercing, and spread, I think, is infinite.
I think maybe.
Yeah, I want to see the extent of that, like how it factors into your actual guns. If you're going to have guns that might have elements and stuff that you don't actually need to craft at all, that's like a aspect to actually into the actual gun or whatever. But for now, it seems super interesting that it's done that way where you've got it with a normal something or whatever.
I think that's one of the ways that they can kind of like balance them out a little bit better because the reality is if we actually all think about it, bow guns is always like a different tier when compared to the other weapons. They always end up dealing more damage and whatnot. And the reason for it is, well, we have to deal with damage. Yeah, we get it. But if they don't have to deal with as much ammo management, they Capcom now goes, okay, now we're gonna rein that damage in. We're gonna put you guys on par with some of the other weapons. That might be the reason.
You know what though? I feel like what you're saying makes like logical sense, but with the ranged weapons, there's obviously the aiming element.
Yeah.
And I feel like whenever you add in that, like the other weapons, there's positioning elements, right? But you're still not going to be able to hit certain parts of the monster at almost every time, unlike the ranged weapons, which is on the angle it's facing you. So I feel like they can try and do that. But if you're like a god tier player with that weapon, you're always going to be hitting the weak point, just like you see with like the small players in FPS games that always hit those headshots. It's still going to be strong because you're hitting, it's still that skill element of actually aiming it and connecting to the weak point of the monster. So I think they'll probably always still shine. Yeah, exactly. I think they'll always shine just because of that. Someone's going to be a god tier with the aim, and what can you do at that point?
Yeah. So what about weapons that you guys usually wouldn't go for? Was there anything that kind of like drew your attention a little more? Like in my case, for instance, it was the bow. I was like, oh, infinite coatings? No ammo management? I can get behind that. Having a secondary weapon as a bow? That actually, I've played bow before. I was pretty decent.
Let's put gun lance to the side, because I think that is both of us could use that as an example. It's definitely a weapon that I was never particularly interested in, and now they've made it look extra spicy and just be extra good. So that's one, just like 267 before. I know 26 is going to try it. I might have to give it a go. When we can actually have enough time to try things out properly, definitely we'll give it a go.
Welcome to the
I'll jump in. Yeah, we'd have to do like an all gun lance hunt together at some point.
I would finally be able to. I've never gotten to do an all gun lance hunt. I've always wanted to do that, especially in Iceborne, where it's like, oh, we can all put down worm state blasts and then we all just like unload on there. That would be amazing. I can never do it. Most people in my community don't play the weapon.
Yeah, that's just it. But by them doing these changes, I think there will be a surge in like all these alternate popularity in like, because there's like a popularity list, and there's so maybe I think it will get a little bit rewarded. But my other activities of like Bowgun, I think when I would go with Bowgun before, I would just gravitate to heavy Bowgun, probably because you could have shield on it or the other mods, and you have like the machine gun kind of special ammo mode.
Live and hard. So good.
Yeah. But now that the light bow has the drum mag is just so sad. Like from a visual perspective, actually making your shots go from 3 to 5, as well as just the sheer mobility that's in it now. I feel like the light bow gun just always felt like not the heavy, like a sort of alternate heavy bow gun. But now it actually feels like the light bow gun is you're more mobile. And the drum mag I just love, so I think that it's really cool what they're doing with that. But again, balance-wise, we'll see how it goes. Because I do gravitate towards the strong weapons.
I think you're misremembering a bit about the light bow gun, because in Rise, towards that end game, you were using it to achieve Star Wars. Remember, that was fun.
Was that the slice and
Yeah, the slicing and piercing ammo ones were pretty cool. I can't remember if it had slicing as well.
I can't remember exactly. We did use it on to choose a few hunts, but I mean like in terms of enjoyment and like the actual gameplay of the weapon. Yeah.
It's really cool. I like the wide bombs that you put down on the light bow gun. I think that's a cool identity thing. I would like to see that versions of that like that literally does. But for weapons that there isn't any weapon that I'm not excited to use. I guess the least out of it interesting weapon that I'm least excited to actually use is probably the hammer. I've never been in all the Monster Hunter games super excited. I think it's lost its identity a little bit because some of the other weapons are better at KOing. So while it's got like some really cool spinny moves and sometimes it's really fun to go bonk, 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 bonk and repeatedly on something's head.
And then you think that you can just like...
Yeah, exactly. It has some fun stuff. I'm not excited to go and use it compared to other things, but maybe some kind of bros out there can really get me on board. Like I've always wanted to. I feel like there's something I'm not clicking with me on that weapon, but maybe the hammer bros can convince me otherwise of like why I should be playing that weapon.
You know that Mass Effect text? Right now a little bit of it popped up and it says Ryozo baby.
But it does feel like it's mad because that's his weapon, but it feels like there's definitely favorites out there that are getting like more stuff across the board. Like who's in charge of the longsword? Who's in charge of the bow? Who's in charge of the? Who looked at the gun lance and was like, this time we're gonna change the spy.
Gunlancer was Tokuda-san, dude. Tokuda-san, like, he had my back, dude. He had my back on the Gunlance 100%. He told me in the interview, listen, we're gonna fix it. Don't you worry about it. It's not gonna be like last time where you had like 1 or 2 Gunlances you could play. There's actually gonna be quite a few. And I was like, oh, thank God. I can play more than 1 Gunlance this time. That'll be a fun thing.
I've had some fun memories with the hammer though. Like the best thing about the hammer is just knocking up teammates in multiplayer. You're just like,
oh yeah. Somebody.
Yo, speaking of that, I actually saw a clip recently, which is I'm assuming is an old clip. It was the first time I saw it, and it was some 2 people fighting a Kirin in World, and the hammer guy does the golf swing, and you know the Kirin lightning move that's really telegraphed and slow, and it was just him slow motion flying into the lightning, boom, and it was the 3rd cart end of hunt.
yeah.
Oh, that was great. That's how hammer users claim the head. It's like, you know, I had somebody during a Fatalis hunt literally just like yeet me into the middle of a active Fatalis breath. Like Fatalis is doing like his front cone, like brah, and I'm just like sitting there swinging, and in comes the hammer user, like bonk. And I was like, no. And then he was like, it wasn't on purpose, and I was like, it would have been so much better if it was, though.
Now the hammer guy, whenever they do that, the hammer guy's there like, well, where's the longsword player that's tripping everyone? Where's the charge blade guy? It wasn't me.
But it's funny because I felt like when I was practicing hammer, the main reason to even do that is because that particular move acts as a gap closer. So there's actually a reason to do it. It's just if somebody's in the way, well, too bad. It is what it is. So do you guys think that we're going to be getting seamless locales? Because I don't think it's been officially confirmed yet, if that is the case or not. Like, because in the website, they talk about how if you follow the river of the Windward Plains, you're going to end up in the Scarlet Forest. And so I'm wondering if that is going to be a seamless thing or not, because as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been officially confirmed.
Well, I'm a world and ecology expert at Irish Gaming, so let's go through this. In a recent interview with a Japanese magazine, Takuda said that they will have one seamless connected world once you unlock.
Oh, he's confirmed it?
Yeah, but not every location will be available from the beginning of the game, so they don't want to call it open world because it's not open world in the same way as like a GTA game or whatever. So you will be able to go between locales, but it won't be open world, and you won't have access to them from the very beginning. So you'll do the Windward Plains, and then you go down the river into Scarlet Forest. Is what I've gleaned from the various interviews and. The website, as you said, the website says it. You can walk down the river.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I was hoping to get official confirmation, but even Joe and Jonah were like, "Oh, we don't know if it's been confirmed or if it is or if it's not."
They just don't want to say it. Like
it's like you get nothing. Like it's because obviously they know, but they can't talk about stuff that hasn't been publicly announced yet. And also, we've seen that the team does have a tendency of like spring surprises on them. Like a lot of the stuff that was revealed at Gamescom. Joe said in the recent podcast that I did that it was like he would wake up and it's like, oh, we're talking about this? Oh, no. That's a surprise.
So it must be a tricky like spot to be in as them, knowing like all of this stuff, but not knowing if or even when they can talk about it. And you know, they're not going to see every Japanese interview with whatever Japanese magazine that goes out, so I can understand that they can't confirm something, even though it may already be confirmed out there, like this kind of seamless thing in this case. So but it's like a minefield to navigate, so I get why they have to be cautious, but it is also a bit annoying to say, just tell me.
Wouldn't that be fantastic? But yeah, so seamless locales, that's interesting. How do you guys feel about that? Because I always feel that there's a certain, even back in the old games, right, with the segregated zones, I feel like maps felt bigger than they actually were. Because maps, if you put them all together, they were actually tiny in the old games. But the whole idea of you navigating between zones would give you the illusion the place is massive. Look at how much I just walked, and now I'm in this arena fighting and stuff. How do you guys feel about it all being seamless now?
I think it adds to maybe something that's being lost through the age, and that's the actual function of the monsters. Like now, before you had to prepare to go on a hunt, you needed to make sure you had this in your kit. You were purposeful before you went out, and
Oh, yeah.
the convenience of the game has basically just got to a point where it just feels more so like an action game per se. But with the open world aspect of it, you might have to go find that monster if they've done it a certain way that you are looking for. You're actually hunting the monster. You might need to go out and get the tracks a little bit more, and it's a little bit more meaningful. They were aiming towards it as well, because you had like the Rathian, I think, or a couple of monsters that you had to kind of...
Pink Rathian, yeah.
Yeah, you had to kind of find out in the open world. So it would be interesting to see how and what they implement with the world. Obviously, they've got that fat map sheet that you can just quickly select what hunt you want to go on, but it'll be interesting to see them play with it in a more open world way, where you can have like rare spawns and all that fun stuff going on.
Paradise?
I've got like two opinions on it. My first is I personally like it because it just is a bit more immersive to just go out into the world seamlessly, pick up the tracks. You know, maybe you keep going and you end up in a whole other biome or zone. Like I do like that kind of aspect of these sort of seamless open worldy games. My concern is how it will sort of play out in the full game with like all of the zones unlocked, because traditionally, even if a game is seamless or open world, there's like tricks that they do to mask the loading of an area, right? So whether it's the classic AAA shuffling through the wall as they load the next area, that kind of thing. So I do wonder how spread out the monsters will be, because it may very well end up that it takes like the same amount of time to get from monster to monster if the zones are very big and if there's a lot of tracking in between, and that's kind of like a mask of the loading of the zone and everything loading in. So what I'm saying is I wonder if it is seamless and it's going to be really cool to run from A to B seamlessly and effectively, or if it's just going to end up being a seamless experience but everything is kind of taking as long to do because it's all the smoke and mirrors of game design, of how they like make sure everything works and is like on screen when it's meant to be.
I just kind of feel like I would like to have this thing, which this was something that I brought up in a previous video a long time ago, which is I was thinking of a hunt, like let's say in Monster Hunter World, where you'd start a hunt in the ancient forest, but then the monster would run away and you would have to track it back down, like in the Wildspire Wastes, and then you'd fight it again. And then depending on how good you were, maybe you were able to take it down, or maybe it would run away again. You'd have to track him down one third time. And these would be like these long spanning hunts. But when you actually get the monster, you'd get like way more rewards than just like a traditional hunt. And I'm thinking about it in this environment, it'd be amazing. Like you start the hunt,
Yeah, definitely.
and it could even like spawn multiple sessions. So like, let's say you're fighting a Rathian, and you've been fighting this Rathian for like 30 minutes. You're like, okay, I've had enough. Rathian runs away, and then you're like, you turn off the game. You come back to the game tomorrow. You're still on that same hunt. You go back and you go chase after that Rathian that's now in a completely different location, but she still has the wounds, like maybe you chopped her tail or something. It's still that same Rathian. I don't know. There's something about longer hunts that is just very appealing to me, which I already know there's a lot of people out there who will listen to say this, like, oh my God, keep this man as far away from Monster Hunter as possible. That's insane. 30 minutes to kill a Rathian. Yes. And 30
That's how it
minutes
used to be, though.
30 minutes to wound the Rathian. Then you still have to go and actually kill her.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. There's something to a longer hunt that I think is actually really cool. But again, you'd have to get way more rewards than you would get for like your usual 10-minute hunts, or even less than that most people do nowadays.
They've already got the systems in place in Wild for that to actually occur, because they've said in the interviews, and you can see it in the demo as well, any monsters that you actually did wound do retain the damage that you are saying as well, which is pretty interesting. So you can go somewhere else and that monster will still be on the same health pool that it was beforehand. I want to see if that does actually play out across locales and like how long that plays out for. because they do have like the map monitoring system of like the monsters that are coming in and leaving the area and all of that stuff that you can actually see. So if that's all factored in, then it's pretty cool. But the whole open world and seamless nature of the ecology is meant to be this whole level of persistence now. One of the examples that they gave was that you could see like the little birds growing from being an egg to being like a full-fledged like a bird, essentially. So that kind of ecology is meant to be more there, and it's meant to be similar.
Amstrigian, and
yeah, the Amstrigian,
that's
the choir boys.
the propaganda. It's clearly baby Puke. We all know it. Don't believe their lies. They're trying to keep baby Puke away from us.
The persistent stuff is really cool if it does like properly last, because I always like it's not that big of a deal, but in the old games, like, you know, sometimes another monster would come in and they do a turf war, or in Rise and Sunbreak maybe you use other monsters to like wyvern ride and clobber on each other, and there's often the times where it's like, you know, you probably break a few parts on the extra monster and then it runs off and you're like, I'm not going to spend time chasing that down when this is my target that I want to farm. But if you're having that persistent stuff and say, you know, a monster comes in while you're fighting the Deshagama and you do clap him up a bit, but then he runs off, but you need to hunt the Deshagama for your quest, then it's cool that that monster that ran away is still going to be wounded for you later on. So maybe if you encounter him later, it will just be an easier kill to get those extra parts.
Yeah.
So I like that they might be keeping that persistent element in, because otherwise it was just like, it was a waste of time, any damage you didn't do on your quest target, unless you also actually fully killed them, right?
Still didn't stop me from doing it. even if you killed it, it was still a bit of a waste of time, because you're still not going to get the rewards associated with him. You'll get like the part breaks and the carves and whatnot, which is the same thing now. So if you're doing Doshaguma and midway through that you go and you kill Shatakabra,
That's kind of fun.
you still, you know, you don't get that many materials from the Shatakabra. You get the breaks and you get the carves, and that's it. So yeah, they have confirmed to me that you can't have more than one quest active at any given time. So yeah, you have to choose your targets, and then you can wound other ones, but you'll have to manually select the quest afterwards, because otherwise you are kind of like wasting resources killing them, which again, still ain't gonna stop me. Like, somebody interrupts my hunts, they gotta go.
But you could essentially cheese harder monsters by doing that, though. That's my only like reservation about that, because you could set the mission to be a Chatakabra, but fight in like an Apex like Kirin, and then have like just people in your party go and fight the Apex Kirin while you're on the Chatakabra quest. So it'll be interesting to see how they work around that, essentially.
But then
you're thinking about it now, right?
no, I don't understand what the advantage is. You activate the quest for Shatakabra or for Kirin?
Chatakabra, and then you go hunt.
And then why would you go hunt the Kirin?
Because maybe that Kirin's like really hard to defeat, and you are having trouble not carting on the mission to get the stuff. So you go and fight the Kirin.
Oh, okay. So you use another quest. You spend your carts in that other quest. Okay.
You won't spend your carts because you won't cart to the Chatakabra.
Yeah, I get it. No, but I mean,
so there is.
I mean, if you cart to that Kirin, those will still count to the Chatakabra quest. So you can still fail the Chatakabra quest, but you won't fail. But basically, you'll get additional carts, and then you can start. You can start another hunt on another monster and still go beat up on the Kirin. I get what you're saying. And then you can beat that Kirin to an inch of his life, and then go back there. And it's like, hey, Kirin, it's time to talk now.
I'm back.
So you can get infinite carts that way. Interesting. I didn't even think about that one. Damn. You guys are already thinking of all the nastiest cheese you can make. And like some of that cheese. French blue cheese, dude. Like, what the hell?
Cheese. Yeah.
Well, they've actually got cheese in the game now.
I mean, they've had that in generations. They had that cheese fondue that you would do.
Yeah. But now, like, we don't know, it's not been confirmed yet, but like from the different translations and stuff, it sort of sounds like the farming system might be quite updated with like domesticating the animals and stuff. So maybe there's like, you can actually like make your own farm and cheese. But again, that stuff is like, it's weird translation-y things that makes it sound like that, but it's not been confirmed enough to really say either way.
Did you guys notice the system that they're adding with there's going to be monsters of different strengths present, and you're able to identify how strong they are, and that influences the rewards that you get from those quests?
So is that really?
You mean
is that
like
been
the
confirmed?
alphas?
Yes.
Also, the alphas have different rewards.
No, not even. It's not the alphas. I'm talking like, for instance, you're in the map. This is something that I noticed in my gameplay.
Is it the stars next to them?
Yeah, the stars next to them. They'll have like different star levels.
That's really cool.
And so that's a strength modifier, so they can be stronger or weaker, and they will actually give you different rewards.
So we
wonder
actually
if
are
that's to
getting
do with
rare
the
spawns.
science.
That's what I like to see. We are getting rare spawns. That's what I like to see. That's good stuff. That's got me really excited. That's like the most exciting news that I've had in a while. It's because it's just like, oh, I got this 3-star like Apex Alpha Doshibuma for spawn. That's like what gave me these like gems and stuff. It's going to be exciting, and people are going to be posting that, and it's just like, oh, be cool. There's another mechanic, another level of the system that's like just fun. It's like investigation anyway. Some people have some really good investigations that they had that popped up. It's like, oh, you know, I got 5 like rewards investigation is this monster or whatever. So
And that's all gonna
That's
be.
the thing, though.
Go ahead.
The investigations you would get like 5 uses of them. Yeah. So you got that good one. You're like, oh, really have fun these are. But in Wild, it is just a single spawn level. Like we don't know how like many times. I guess it's just one and done.
Yeah, I would imagine so. So it'll be. I think the idea is that you will plan it out based on the monster forecast, because I think that their strength also shows up on that forecast thing that you were talking about. So you can be like, okay, so this monster is going to be here for this amount of time, guaranteed amount of stars, so we should start on this one. Over here, we're going to jump over this one because you need a part from this other monster. And you just like plan out those sessions way better. And like, okay, let's all be in the hub, and now let's see what monster are we doing. I need parts from this one. He's got the best investigation. This way you're like, you know, we're in the locale. These monsters are going to interact naturally. So we'll beat up on this guy a little bit if he shows up, but our target's this one, and as we finish this, we go beat up on that other one. And then if there's an interaction, or we can even force the interaction using luring pods and stuff like that, and you can just like much more effectively chain hunts to make things more efficient, basically. But
here's a thought for you in this kind of realm, with it being seamless and like your own. I'm gonna guess that your world will be different to your friend's world because of the whole like hunting monsters to extinction and making them go into other zones for like food and the knock-on effect. Say that you're in my world and we're hunting something, and then oh no, the internet dropped out, get pushed into like offline mode. Is everything gonna like phase out into your world and you're not gonna be able to fight that super rare spawn, or you know, how is that gonna work?
that is weird. Hopefully you get to keep like an instance of the world that you were in, and you just fight in there. You can keep going.
But then, the real cheeses will come up if that is the case. Because now we're gonna have this 5-star super rare spawn that drops some good stuff, and I'm gonna go offline mode, kill it, rejoin you, go offline mode, kill it, rejoin you. You see the problem?
Oh my god! We just see all the problems in it, and all the little tricks.
This reminds me of like the thing of everybody thinking up, okay, so here's how we do it. We generate all of these decorations. I know exactly at which point it's going to be on the 3rd time that I generate decoration. It's going to be decoration number 8. That one's going to be the attack deco. So that's how I do it. And if I don't get anything by then, I just reset my save. And I was like, I never did any of that. I never did any of that stuff.
And you know what, Rokan? I didn't get an attack boost for like hundreds of hours in that game. I think though, to be fair, like when we played, I don't know if people had mapped it all out at launch. Maybe I'm not remembering, but like PlayStation 4 launch, you just had what you had and off you went. Some people got lucky and some people didn't.
No, you could use the cloud save system to choose that.
But would it actually? How would you do that?
So you turn off automatic cloud syncing, which you can do, which you could do back in the day. I don't know if you can do it now. I haven't played PlayStation in a while. But like you turn off cloud automatic syncing, and then you would manually send your save to the cloud, and then you go into the game, gamble everything away, and you're like, did I get anything good? No? Okay. Download my save again. Overwrite existing save with the older one, and then you could just keep doing that. As a matter of fact, you can even do it with a USB stick, I think. But Sony kind of got rid of that. Now you can only back up to the cloud. I think you can back up to USB.
No, you know what's going to be the most like triggering thing, and it was triggering then, is when people will come into your stream and they'll be like, oh, look at your build. You're not using like these perfect like gem setups, and then you realize, bro, you've got 15 attack gems, you've got the best like rolls. You're either modding or you're safe scamming. Get out of my face and don't tell me how to build builds. Like,
I remember when Alex did that one screenshot that he had in Photoshop. It was just like full of attack up floors, and it was like, this is my build, boys. And it was like attack floors on every slot. It's like, you're right. That was fun. At least you guys didn't get to the most humiliating thing that I actually did during Iceborne, which was there was at one point where they did an event where they gave away an expert +4, and I remember because I made one video announcing everybody, guys, there's going to be an event at this date where you're going to get an expert +4. Make sure to go log in on this day and get this thing. And everybody's like, yay, thanks. And then the day before that event, I made another video reminding everybody, guys, tomorrow's the day. Go get this gem. And then that day, I go in, I get my gem, and then I close the application without saving it.
oh,
The classic. Yeah, no, we've all done that because you have to manually fix. To be fair, I don't.
And then,
Yeah, if you turned it. Yeah.
2 days afterwards, I was like, oh man, but now I have 2 expert decos, so I'm gonna go make this build. And it's like, where's my second expert deco? And everybody in the street was laughing at me because I made 2 videos reminding everybody to go get
that's funny. That is so funny. That was unfortunate. That was crazy.
No, that was such a problem to the extent that when we were finished like on a long like hunting spree or farming run, we'd always have to be in voice chat like, remember to save your game, just like before like logging off, because you know if someone forgot to save their game, we're doing that farm run again the next day, you know.
Oh my god, it was absolutely crazy.
What do you think about group skills?
The group sets or whatever they're called.
Yes.
It's funny because I asked Joe and Jono about it, and they just like didn't do what?
Actually,
we gotta
Jono was
look at
literally
this.
telling us about it on the stream.
Yeah, exactly.
He was like, oh yeah, look, they now have the group skills. How can
They've
they?
probably been overwhelmed by Gamescom and facts. But yeah, the group stuff was something that I'm super interested in because you will be able to get set bonuses across multiple different sets. You can have a mixed set and still get set bonuses. And I'm just like, oh, let's not jump to that, especially because there's probably going to be stuff that, let's say, for instance, if Rocky is in there and Basel is in there, they could potentially have group sets because they're both like explosive blast monsters and stuff like that. So that would be really cool. But yeah, that is actually one of the more exciting things that they've added. And I feel like a lot of people don't know about it. They just think set bonus. And it's like, no, there's set bonus and then there's group bonus. It's very different things. And I really like that they do that.
One I first saw as well. Just say quickly, I believe as well, certain sets can have a set bonus and set.
That was
Good hit and I didn't notice.
any of the sets that we saw in the demo.
Yeah, here's the thing, it was, but it was on like you had to press a certain button. I think it may have been because the UI wasn't big enough to it was pushed to the next
So
page.
that would have been the Shaguma because it was the only set that had set bonuses.
Yeah, because it had both a group and a set bonus, and one was like health. So I've got them there now somewhere, not hundreds, but yeah. So that's pretty cool. And it will obviously be made for interesting set building if you can have 2-piece set bonus. That also gives you group bonus for a 3rd piece to give you that, and then you could have another like 2 or 3 pieces. Because before it was just like a 2-piece and a 3-piece, right? It was really the best you could aim for.
How do you guys feel about the amount of skills that we should be getting for Monster Hunter Wilds, the amount of maxed skills? Because this is something that I've been arguing with the community, and it's actually interesting because I made that post, I don't know if you guys watched it, about the concerns. The skill blow is like number 5 or number 6 or something like that of most voted concerns.
Is that in like those endgame sets get crazy? And you have,
like
like
for instance,
skills.
you look at Sunbreak and you would get like 5 to 6 pages of full skills.
Oh,
It's
shit.
easy. It wasn't even
Oh!
hard. And then if you look at the end of Iceborne, right? You get the fatty sets. You also get way too many skills, right? Like, what do you guys think?
Definitely feel like the range that we should be hitting is end of like World in terms of like how many skills someone should be wanting. Even in World it was like too much, but Iceborne was reaching it, and then Rise and Sunbreak just took it to the next level in terms of like 6 pages. So I definitely feel it makes this making builds so much harder and so much inaccessible to people as well, especially when you have to like re-roll and have like Cheerios to slip over the top and you're trying to get these like particular things to happen. You go on the game and it's like I can't really bother to min-max this to like perfection, and the people that have min-maxed it are probably like just wanting their save anyway to like have those good timing rolls. So it only really benefits like not that many people. So I'd like to see them come down to like a reasonable standpoint. I think the most that we should have is 2 pages at max, and it's like 1.5 pages of skills. See, you're like
you're being way too generous. I was like 5 max skills. You get the max
5 max skills. We go the oldie days when you have to minus
I think it makes so much more sense, because that way you really can define your build. It's not just like, okay, so what do you want for your build? Well, obviously I need critical I7, attack up 7, critical boost, weakness exploit, and everybody rocks those skills. They kind of like lose their meaning in a lot of ways, I feel like. Whereas if you can't rock all those damage skills, you have to actually make a decision based on, okay, what weapon am I actually taking? Am I taking a weapon that has like 20% affinity? Okay, then it makes sense to invest in more critical skills. Or am I taking a weapon that doesn't have that much affinity? Then maybe it makes sense to, because that weapon will compensate with more raw damage or more elemental damage, something like that. And it makes sense to invest in something else. Because obviously crit meta is always going to be crit meta, because critical hits are always going to be the best thing when it comes to damage in a video game. That's just the way that it always is. And I kind of wish that they would change that and actually, no, you get 5 max skills. This is how much you get. Or you can have more skills, but they're not going to be maxed, And I kind of feel like that would be a happy medium that you would reach, where it would force people to make a choice, but at the same time, you still get a decent amount of skills to play with. But I don't.
I'll come from the other side, okay? So let's say they're
all
like,
the skills.
Okay,
You want all of them.
You want a book.
I do, yeah. Imagine this. Let's come from it from your example of 5 skills, okay?
Yeah.
If attack boost, critical eye, crit boost, weakness exploit, these kind of skills are in the game, every build will just still have to have them, unless you're doing a super off build, and we've seen what happens with some people in the community when you do these off builds. People can get really we're talking like kicking people out of lobbies, which I do not agree with, but that does happen online.
Let me tell you
with
something.
like randoms,
Paradise, I've never once, I think, in Sunbreak, I've never once had attack up 7 or potentially even crit boost in a lot of my Gunlance builds. Maybe crit boost I did have in some
shells
points.
crit?
No. But they also don't get affected by attack. They also get to see.
Well,
I don't have to use any of that stuff. I don't care.
I mean, it does happen though, where people are getting kicked out of these like lobbies because they just have some like super off meta, like strange build that people don't immediately look at and say, yeah, that's good, you can come with us. So there's like there's definitely a stigma and an issue there that I think needs to get resolved. But my point is,
I don't think that having more skills solves that problem. It's like, okay, so we solved the problem by forcing everybody to use these skills.
I'll explain what I think it does. I think on one hand, you have like a power creep that progresses in like pretty much all games. So those like 5 DPS focused skills become like the baseline. And when you have a system where you have so many decoration slots and set bonuses and skills on these super endgame armor sets, for one, I think it's endgame anyway, so you kind of want to be super powerful, but also it allows you to build on top of those skills, and that's where you get the real like differentiation in your builds. So for example, in like World or like Rise, I'd have a different elemental set for each weapon, and that would probably have different armor pieces that would have different decorations to max out the elemental damage for those types, as well as status builds. So then you sub out other things, so you can put in, like the sleep attack bonus adding skills and stuff like that. So I think having more skills actually allows you to create more diverse builds that builds on top of the core damage skills that everyone seems to always bring anyway. And I think the only way I think reducing the skills can work to like 5, like your suggestion, is if they actually scrap these DPS and somehow just work them in to the armor set organically, which I think could be done if every armor set as you progress through the game just came with higher levels of attack boost and weakness exploit progressively, then your customization slots were the 5 skills that you can pick. I think that would make sense. But without reworking those DPS skills, I think it would just, less skills would just mean everyone just runs the same skills.
I don't think that would end up being the case, because like in the old games, did people always run the same skills? Because in the old games, you were exceedingly limited in terms of your mixed set.
What the fuck? How did it hit me?
And from my experience again, which in the old days I didn't play Neo as much as I play nowadays, because you couldn't create content around it. Because I mean, I guess you guys kind of did, because you guys kind of covered the Japanese and stuff. I was like, I can barely play the game in English, bro. Back then it was, man, I can barely play it in English. I'm not playing it in Japanese. It's not happening. But you know, I couldn't create it in time. I wasn't even playing much. But what I've played of, say, for instance, the Gen U, it would be like we would still all be rocking different skills, despite the fact that we would have extremely limited skills based on the weapons that we're using, and sometimes even based on the different weapons within the same subcategory because of the affinity levels of raw damage or elemental damage that they would do.
Yeah, but I think it's because the knowledge base back then isn't as good as it is now. I think back then we were all maybe make a set in which be like it was fun. But I think it's gone past that point in games now where everyone's doing up with the best stuff. It's the same when you're playing like any other game. If it's Call of Duty or whatever, those guns that I used to like run around with in Call of Duty and just have a bunch of bundles. But now you've got to have the best build that everybody's using and can post it. If you don't, you're not in the meta, you're not going to be viable. So this meta attitude has taken hold, and I think that's more of the problem than the actual skill bloat, because having that many skills, there should be a bunch of variation in people build, but everybody just goes deep at the moment. That's the sole focus. So
it's funny to see, because like usually I don't get that much stuff like that. I remember this one time. Listen, this was one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen. I went in to inspect somebody because they had like this build. They were like, "Oh man, I have this amazing build." No, and somebody else told me to look at this other person's build because they're like, "Oh man, you need to look at this guy's build. It's insane." And I'm looking at his build. He's actually inside the guiding lance with us. And I'm looking at his build, and he's a handicraft. And he had like max handicraft. His weapon had like natural purple sharpness, and then he had like max handicraft, razor sharp. It was just sharpness skills. It was all the sharpness. I was looking at it, I was like, I think that you don't need some of those, but that's got to be the sharpest hammer I've ever seen in my life.
His building is actually like next level now as well, because in Wilds, you only need to sharpen once and it gives you some of your bar. Yeah, you don't need to fully complete your animation now, so he's just the sharpness god if you can build this one.
I think he also has protective polish on.
Yeah,
like,
go on, my guy.
Yeah. All the sharpness builds.
I like builds like that are fun, but we have like lost that spirit of like experimental like builds and stuff like that. Because even when there's like divine lessons or like immortal, people go roasting into the ground for like using it, but it's just a different style.
I remember I don't know if you guys were aware, but like when AEUGH killed Fatalis, I think it was Fatalis, the first time he killed Fatalis, he was rocking level 3 Divine Blessing.
Bro, this fucking
and
game
people started hounding him, saying that, oh, that's not, no, that you can't, no, that doesn't count. I was like, what?
So just there you can see like when you talk in like averages or the general masses, if people are complaining about someone being fatality, just divine blessing, they're obviously going to be like, you know, that's the thing. Like,
I was like,
there's outliers.
I'm gonna beat it with divine blessing just to piss y'all off. Listen, when I went to beat Fatalis, my builds were min-maxed completely insane. Like you're talking, I had fortified and I go in with, first I went in with a great sword that had heavy artillery to shoot the cannons, and then I do 2 charge slash until I die on purpose. And it's like, once I'm dead, I go back in with the clutch cannon. You guys remember the clutch cannon?
Yeah.
The Wyvern snipe heavy bowgun clutch. You just clutch the monster and boom! Clutch boom! So I go in with a clutch cannon, unload that until I die, and then I go in with the sword and shield with the final build, and that's when I actually start the fight. So I've been maxed the hell out of my first kill of Vitalis, and I really don't like seeing this type of gatekeeping come on to the game. Like we had a similar situation, Shadow of the Earth Troop, where people start guilt tripping everybody for using summons, and then it's like I go in and use it without summons, people are like, well, yes, but you use Great Shield. That's not fair. And it's like, oh, so Great Shield's not fair enough. So then I go in there and I use, what was it called? Lion's Claw. So it's one of the skills that's the spinny one, not the super powerful one, which is the savage one, because that one has too much animation in it. The one from the base game, it was only like a little jump and boom, and that allowed you to jump over some of his attacks. So I was like, oh, this is great, and it deals a ton of damage and a ton of stagger. So I beat him like that, and people are like, well, yeah, but you cheesed it with Lion's Claw. And I was like, so you can't use summons, you can't use Great Shields, now I can't use Lion's Claw. It's like, bro, where this ends is broken
the Shadow Tree fragment.
Yeah, it's like, I just think that people work themselves up into defense. Like, any run where you purposefully are limiting the things that you are doing is a challenge. Yeah. If it's in the game, it's in the game. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Just it's the same thing as saying, oh, if you beat it in a group of 4 people, it doesn't count. It doesn't count if your objective was to kill it solo. It doesn't matter.
I think that's part of the problem. People are trying to impose their idea of what is fun onto other people, but people will tailor their builds and their game to what's fun to them. Like you were enjoying using Lion Claw. No one had a right to be like, oh, that's not the right way to beat that person. You beat him. Like I enjoy playing Elden Ring with the summons, and I don't think I would enjoy. I've beat bosses solo, a load of them solo in the DLC, but I legit just don't enjoy it without playing with the summons. The summons is fun. It's like the summon is like another clone of me. Hitting things, it's funny. I love it.
It's a ton of fun. So it's just that's just something that we have to tackle as a community and be like, listen, if you want to do challenge runs, then figure out the rules for your challenge run.
What the fuck is this?
Not everybody wants to do challenge runs. It's just
And I
that
fucking hate it.
The
That
majority
you can't
does not
use
want
the
to do it,
sushi
which is the
when you
crazy
are not
thing. It's
alone.
like a percentage of the community wants to do it. What do you want to say on this topic?
No, I was just saying it's a perfect example of why I think like more skills in Monster Hunter is a good thing. To, obviously, to an extent, you don't want every skill in the game on your build because it's just like what is even the point at that point? But if you were limited on skills and certain skills were still in the game, like the DPS ones that you just like listed several times, then that exact same sentiment, which just goes across all these games, will be, oh, we can only have 5 skills. You've joined the lobby. Where's attack boost? Where's weakness exploit? Where's crit boost? Where's crit eye?
Yeah, but it's like,
so
that's just something that we need to change on a community level. It's not something that the developers have to consider. It's like, oh, we have to make sure that we allot enough skills so that everybody can achieve meta. It's, like I said, I rarely even play with attack up because my weapon is not as dependent on it. So I rarely even use those skills. One of the skills that I use the most, and people used to give me crap all the time, it's parts breaking. I like breaking parts. It's a ton of fun. And guess what? If I'm in the lobby in multiplayer, every time I break a part, everybody deals more damage on the monster on that specific location. So I'm basically playing the role of the hunting horn. I'm buffing you, except my buffs are permanent. Once I break this thing, you deal more damage forever. So it's like, that's the way that I look at things. And I feel like people need to chill out when it comes to a lot of that stuff. I understand that there's a lot of community pressure, but we just need to instill that community culture that is like, look, you want to play in a sweat lobby, you can have a sweat lobby, just make sure that you tell people, hey, this is a sweat lobby, okay, let's join. Make sure to include, like, in the description of your lobby, sweat, so that people that are more casual about it, they know not to join the sweat lobbies, and there you go, problem solved.
Yeah, but it's like we are Sweaty, you and Paradise love the DPS skills, but we will never impose that on other people. We'll give you a suggestion, we'll even make you some glass cannon builds that will slap, but we're not saying you use that 100%. Tailor it to how you want to use it. You want to put that divine blessing on that, go ahead. We'll love you to put divine blessing on that and have a bunch of fun. But even we were talking about it earlier when we came into our behemoth lobby, you were like, oh, let's take this. We were like, nah, bro, can you bring your most DPS damaging build so we can get through this?
Yeah,
and it was fine. It was like communicated. It was at no point we were like, no, we wouldn't take you on. We just,
I was like, oh man, you guys are so toxic. I can't play my
exactly.
That's the thing, though. That's an interesting point when it comes to like the hard content. Yeah, exactly. So I can understand someone like, say you like randomly online, you're doing behemoth, someone joins in with like some just way off like build.
Yeah,
I can see why people might be like, you know, maybe let's try and do something different. But I do think straight up kicking is a bit.
Yeah, it's like it always reminds me of that story that guy said that at one point he joined the lobby as a prowler and people kicked him because he was playing. Imagine kicking Gaijin Hunter off of a Monster Hunter lobby. It's so insane. What do you guys think about the skills on weapons?
They did that. I heard they've done that so that when you switch sets or switch weapons, you still have the skills, right? So that's why it makes sense to me. So because you can have two different weapons now, having skills on the weapons allows you to have skills and attributes when you change them, which is something I was worrying about. Right? Because I wouldn't like bow charge thrusts and I don't. But if I don't have that on my stuff,
do you think that that is the system? Because they said at one point, I forget when it was, but they said at one point, like, no, there's going to be a system. Actually, I think it might have been one of the podcasts that the team was working on a system that they're not ready to talk about yet, where there is going to be a solution for if you're using two wildly different weapons that can share skills. Do you think that it's just the skills on weapons, or do you think there's more to it?
I don't know. They're yapping. They're yapping. They haven't, because in the streams they're saying that is the system and you won't be able to change armor on the fly. But then in interviews they have alluded to what you've said as well, where it's like there's systems beyond what we know that will unlock later that will factor into switching weapons. Like there's additional moves for like switching weapons and all of that stuff. It sounds like there's more to the weapon switching system, but in the streams at Gamescom, some of the time they were actually just saying like, nah, the skills that you get are just going to be on your weapon and you're not going to be able to switch armor. But maybe it's just a mistranslation. Maybe the cogs are not, the Capcom PR cogs are not working yet, and we'll just have to see when the actual game like comes out. I don't know what you think, Paradise?
I think that it's likely it's the weapon skill system. I'm hoping there's more beyond it, but even if it is just the weapon system, you know, we're seeing like the first tier of weapons for in the demo. So I would imagine if it is just the weapons and that's their way of fixing having two wildly different weapons in the same armor set, which we know is going to be a struggle, because if you wanted to bring bow or dual blades with all those stamina skills, but then you're also bringing like greatsword or charge blade that don't really need those stamina skills but may benefit from like artillery and other things, then there's often like maybe 3 or 4 skills for certain weapons that are specific to them. So I'm hoping if it is just the weapons, that as you get further in the game, you get like multiple skills, maybe even decoration slots on the weapons to further customize the skills on them. But we'll have to wait and see, because who knows? Maybe switching weapon, you can like switch armor set, or maybe it completely lets you like do a preset of. But let's say it's the same armor set, but all your decorations can change when you change weapon. That would fully let the build remix when you change as well. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
I don't know how that's gonna work out. But to me, I was actually of the opinion that like, yeah, there's gonna be a downside if you use 2 weapons. You have to weigh in that. I'm not saying that's gonna be the way that it goes. I'm saying that would be the way that I would personally attack it. I'd be like, yep. If you have 2 different weapons, there'll be a downside. You have to think it through, which will mean that you will want to get specific weapon combinations. Like, for instance, assuming that skills like artillery make a return, Charge Blade and Gun Lance would make fantastic companion weapons because both of them benefit from magazine, both of them benefit from artillery, both of them still benefit from attack and all of the other random stuff, right? So you could make a set and you could have those two weapons put together. It's just a matter of finding other weapons that would also work in tandem with certain skills that you use. So like, for instance, I don't know if you don't really use focus in hammer, I guess, because it doesn't really matter as much. But I was thinking like for weapons that charge, you could have like the great sword with focus, and then you have another weapon that also makes use of focus.
You know what's got a charge now? What? The long sword's got a charge.
Well, there you go.
Focus.
Great sword.
There we go.
So if you're doing a focus build, great sword and long sword will probably pair nicely, and that might be the way to figure things out. But I don't know how it's going to end up working out. But I think it would be interesting for there to be a downside to choosing two weapons.
That makes like that's how I first thought the system would be, and again, it could be like a translation thing. But when those questions were asked, they were making it sound like these systems have been thought out to mitigate two completely different weapons. So initially I was completely of the same mindset, and also it makes sense to do it that way as well. If it's two weapons that are taking dual blades and bow, all the stamina skills, it makes sense definitely. But it seems like they want you to be able to make any two weapons. So hopefully those systems do enable for it, unless it's a translation thing or just PR.
Just wait till you see me rock my artillery bow. Firing explosive arrows. You guys have no idea. I'm gonna be Rambo. You guys remember Rambo 3 with you blowing up the helicopter with it? But I think one of the biggest things that the community is still, the people that still haven't gotten to play the game, are probably wondering is how does focus feel? What do you guys think about focus feel?
I was expecting it to be something different, but in reality, I think I've said this before somewhere. In reality, the action as is a way to like directionally position where your hunter's facing. It's not like some auto lock-on thing. It's not like, oh, it doesn't feel overpowered in that it's just this button that you just hold and then you're just constantly hitting the head or the weak point. It's literally just a way to make like. We've all been there before. You do a little sidestep or a dodge roll. Your hunter's facing a certain way. You the whistle attack position. Well, Burrican, you're a god, isn't he? So yeah, it's just a way that like makes it easier to directionally position where the hunter's facing, and that's the core use case of holding down L2, which is really good for things like great sword, charge slash, and then you have like almost 180 degree control, or super amp element discharge. That's an easy one to whiff if you're positioning slightly off in the older games. So the actual just the focus mode, I feel like it felt really good to use, and I was expecting it to be this other thing that was like overpowered and like auto aiming, and it's just not that. It's just a way to like make the hunter look where you're looking.
Yeah, there's definitely that. It's just like a quick turn camera. They got it on like a load of other games where you kind of click in the right stick and the camera kind of orientates behind your character and switches you around. I think I didn't use it as much as other people did during their gameplay. I feel like I should have used it more. Karen actually educated me on the use case of it. Like if you're just over, you just like tap it a little bit, reorientate your hunter in the direction, and you go for it. But
jump! Oh my fucking god, this game, I hate it.
As much as possible, and obviously Dooms have loads of different benefits in terms of like resource generation for a lot of weapons, and core mechanics in the game in terms of like helping with the monster and doing different things. So it's cool.
Ja pierdolę.
It's a little bit of fun.
The one thing was, I didn't get to play Insect Blade, but I was told that if you use the Insect Blade, it actually changes the moveset. I think it's the only weapon where it does that, right?
Well, it makes the Kinsect like attack with you. It kind of turns your Kinsect into a Cis Kinsect. So I'm not sure if Cis Kinsects are going to still be a thing, because it looks like any Kinsect can become a Cis Kinsect when you do focus mode. So yeah, if they start attacking with you and transforming back, it can get the essence of unity. So it's like a streamlined way for Insect Blade to gain essence without having to do the like ranged, you know, stuff that it can still do, by the way, but it's like a way of doing it a bit more easily.
But no other weapon changes it, because like for instance for the gun lance, if you just hold down focus mode, you still have the exact
Yeah, it
same.
does. Exactly, yeah. I didn't understand anything like functionally different are the weapons other than the directional aim and obviously the focus strikes that are using. So it may have just been an insect glaive thing, and it, again, I think that a big focus of the insect glaive changes were around the ease of collecting the essences, which I think is twofold. One, because it was always a little bit like, there was a little bit of setup required to get going, which was gathering the essences, so that's easier now. And two, you've got the rising spiral slash, which consumes all of them. So I think they want it to be easier to get them so that you can just get going and then spiral rising slash.
What about our rest in peace helicopter move? No more bouncing back.
Yeah, I mean, we have said a lot about this in like our insect glaive video, for example. I'll just again like have to caveat it because I feel like there are things in the game
that we still
people
don't know.
haven't found yet and that we don't know. And again, the example I just always go to because it's so clear cut is the overcharge files for the charge blade. It wasn't in the weapon notes. No one knew about it until I overcharged the charge blade, you know, my recording, and you see it in the UI. So there's things like that that I would expect
get hit.
for like most or many of the weapons that people just don't know yet. So maybe it's a button hold, maybe it's a new combo that people haven't done. But what I will say is I know how to bounce on the insect glaive and hit all those combos that you would normally do and they were not bouncing. So it seems like it's gone, but who knows? Maybe it's there in a different
Or
level.
maybe it's you have different types
Holy
of insect
shit,
blades where
that's
some
so
of them are more focused on ground attacks and other ones might be bouncy because we only got to use
That
one
would be
insect.
really cool.
We only got to use
And wonk insect as well. Yeah,
One insect
people
blade.
tried wonk insect.
Yeah.
And Rise had skills of weapons that were like unique and weapons as well, you upgraded them, right? It had like that system where you could lay up skills, so maybe they factored it into that system.
I almost forgot
Yeah,
about
do you remember the
Rampage skills?
like the
Yeah, the rampage skills.
yeah like I remember the T'Challa dual blades had that like increasing like crit buff or a damage, either a damage or a crit buff. There were other ones that had there was like the Teostra Soul. There was a few that were pretty cool.
Yeah, so there is, but there's basically what we're saying, guys, is just because it's not there right now, it doesn't mean it won't be there in the future. We still don't know. Like I've even said that I feel like I know all of the combo paths of the gun lance right now, but I'm still wondering, like, do I believe? You know, you actually start thinking about it. I don't know, and I don't know if you know why it might have a different move set. Who the hell knows what is happening with that?
Oh, what
But
the
I still think
fuck?
there is potential for that stuff to eventually make a comeback. I don't think it's been officially confirmed that, like, no, we're definitely not doing helicopter. So,
It's not, yeah, I don't think that's been an official word. I will say this though, the rising spiral slash, which is the new like jumping tornado that consumes all your essence, is really cool. But it also regains essence during the attack where the insect flies around, and it also ups the insect's essence to 3. Because certain moves on the insect glaive would actually split open the insect's wings and it can store 3 essences. So I can see like a skilled insect glaive player, if they can connect with all the different essence gathered body parts like body,
monster,
leg and
yeah.
head, you could do your rising spiral slash, use all your essence, on the way up, regain all of them, land, recall it, and loot. And I think that would be something really cool to see if that is doable with certain monsters.
I can already see insect glaive's main spin to win.
They've got the mount spin and they got the rising spiral spin.
Someone was saying on the IG as well, something that we didn't necessarily get to test, is if you go into the focus mode in the air, then there's like a slight bounce. But not in the way that we typically remember it being. It will pop you up a little bit, but no one's been able to test it fully. It's only like one video from a Japanese player where they go into focus mode, where they connect to the monster and it bounces them up again. So
Yeah, that'll be something. That'll be something to look forward to. We're going to be getting more gameplay with Tokyo Game Show, of course. I feel like there's going to be something big happening at Tokyo Game Show, and there's going to still be Paris Games Week or whatever. That's still going to have some more gameplay, so we'll have to pay attention to that. What about flashes and offset moves? There are certain weapons that apparently have neither. Who's getting the short end of the stick on this? You guys have a list already? I've seen a list.
Oh, Bow doesn't have a offset move, does it? I don't think it does.
Bow doesn't deserve an offset.
No, it does. Oh, it deserves everything. I guess it's the weapons that have an adept dodge don't have a flash or thing. That makes sense.
Yeah, because you do have adept dodge on bow, you have adept dodge on dual blades, and those don't have
get stuck.
But you don't have adept dodge on this.
Does it have a
It doesn't have a class. According to what I've been told, not by the community, but like people that played the weapon, it doesn't have a clash or an offset. So I don't
But it's got iframes on the pole vault, right? And those on... Yeah, it's got iframes on the pole vault.
So it has a pole bolt kind of like... I didn't play the weapon, though. It has a pole bolt
Yeah.
kind of like Rise, the one that...
Yeah, I think so, yeah. So maybe that's where it's come.
So it's like if you have built-in defenses, you don't get clashes or...
I think as well the essences give you... Wait, did they still give you flinch? Was that one of the ones that they took away, the flinch-free
Or what if they have...
on the
do they
essence?
have... Do the 3 essences still give you earplugs?
That's not. I think that wasn't listed. That was one
Yeah,
of
it's
the
not
things
listed anymore.
that wasn't listed. But again, these notes are not perfect. It
Yep.
may have just not been written there because there's other moves that are written incorrectly or combos that are not the full combo shown in the little video next to it. So
I still think that Greatsword is eating some of the best when it comes to this because they have the guard clash and
Yeah.
the offset attack.
Yeah.
that is such a diverse opinion as well, which I find so interesting because I thought when I saw all this stuff on the Greatsword, I was like, it's so good. Like it makes me want to play Greatsword, and I usually am stick like we've talked about before, slightly more technical weapons
Yeah.
like the charge blade and switch axe. But then I see people online being like, the Greatsword got nothing cool, like it didn't get any new flashy moves, and I'm like, did you not see that everything the Greatsword does is improved? You can actually aim your true charge. You have the offset. Your
mean-
guard no longer eats your sharpness. Like that, everything you do got bumped.
Dear Gamer has a clip of him doing a 180 true charge slash, like a straight up 180 true charge slash.
Exactly. So I think like it's so. Because I'm agreeing with you, I think the Greatsword looks awesome in this iteration, but I have seen people being very upset with the Greatsword that it didn't get some like crazy flashy moves.
It's funny that people get upset about the Greatsword, and then you look at the Lanceman, it's like, I get to poke one more time. Not 3 pokes, but 4? Bro, we're eating good. That's been absolutely hilarious to see. But yeah, I didn't think about it from the adept dodge perspective. That's interesting. Yeah, those weapons do seem to have like more defense or less commitment to animations because like dual blades now no longer have the lengthy blade dance. It's now split up into 3 attacks.
Yeah.
It's so good now. Like I love the change to it. It's a combo now, and it can alternate with blade dance and Demon Flurry, so you can make it a 3-step, a 4-step, or a 5-step, and you can like stop at any point or shortcut to Blade Dance 3 for the finishing hit. So it's just like being locked in Blade Dance was never fun when the monster was suddenly getting up and getting ready to attack you, and now you just don't have to deal with that.
Some of the memories that I have of Blade Dance would be being like, oh, I need to block this monster attack, and then my friend Kegrin would come up and start Blade Dancing, and all you hear is like, just like beat the crap up by the friendly Blade Dance.
The longsword doesn't have a clash and offset attack as well. I think it needs one. I think it needs more defensive options. I don't think it has enough with like the foresight slash, and I don't think it has enough with the light slash or with the counter on the EI slash as well.
I can't exactly tell if you're being sarcastic or not. You're doing a really good job of presenting this. I can't tell.
No, I'm joking. I think it needs more counters. And then
And more damage and more things like
It needs more damage.
Peppo went into the single player mission, and he like finished it in 3:05. And I was like, well, you should have hit that target dummy that's at the start a little bit more to practice your way. Instead of just beating the crap out of that shot the camera.
Chad McCaffrey got ruined. He just literally let out like one spirit release and this is like destroyed. Just waiting on the ground. It's fun though.
What do you guys
Are
think?
you happy? Are you happy with the gun launch?
I am very happy with the gunlines. I don't know what it's like in terms of damage because I've mostly just played gunlines, so I didn't get to compare it with other weapons. But I'm very happy with like the moveset because it has a lot of built-in guard points, which always made sense for the like. Even when you're reloading in World, like a quick reload looks like a guard point.
Yeah.
But it never was. It never was a guard point, and now it is. And I was like, oh, it makes sense. It's way better because now you don't get punished as much, whereas you used to get a lot. But they've also taken that the blocking on Wyvern Fire. That was the thing at Rise. You would be blocking during Wyvern Fire. But if you do it in a combo, according to Cowslayer, you get hyper.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And
But do you think all of the block cancelling that was there, do you think that is actually going to make it to the full version?
I don't know, because there's a lot of animation canceling happen with a lot of weapons, so I don't know if that's making, like, for instance, the whole, you can animation cancel out of the longsword, what's called Spirit Hum Splitter. You can just animation cancel out of that with no, no penalties. That feels weird, right?
Yeah. It's a shoot, it's not an animation. It's sort of...
So that does feel intentional, though. Like there's an animation there.
There's a button on as well, so like in the end, it's like shoot your weapons in circles.
So 100%. I wasn't aware. So on the longsword, it is 100% intentional. Like, because on the gun lance, it almost seems like, oh, I just broke the animation by pressing block too soon. Because the gun lance is literally like folded in half, and then you're just like, I'm blocking. So
That's why I'm wondering, like, will it make it or not for the gun lance?
I don't think it's intentional on the gun lance. Whether or not it will make it, I don't know. The thing is also, I don't think you're going to be doing a lot of long reloads like you used to back then. Because if you do let's say you don't have any shells and you don't have a worm stake. If you do the full worm stake combo, you'll reload both. So with a quick reload. So I just don't think that there's going to be that much need to go for long reloads. But I wanted to get you guys' opinion on the companions. How do you guys feel about that, the support hunters?
I gotta test them out before I have a solid opinion, because I didn't really use them that much because I wanted the hunt to last longer so I could test the weapon out and try things a bit more. I think conceptually, I think they're a really good idea. I think there are people that are solo or duo players, and it's nice for them to have an option to fill the rest of the squad out. And we have seen those those AI support hunters in action in some gameplay where they will put down like barrel bombs when monsters are asleep. They won't like wake up hit like so like we didn't use. So they do like good hunter etiquette, which I think is like really cool to see from the AI. And we did see that a bit in Rise, I think, with the follow-up quest. I think they were putting down barrel bombs and stuff to do as well, so it's not like new. But it's cool that you can have them in any quest.
Depends on the follower. Like each follower would have like a personality. Some would do that, some wouldn't because of their personality. So yeah.
That was the interesting thing about it, really. Like as Pyrex was saying, didn't get enough experience with them in Mars because we weren't necessarily using them. But coming back and looking at them in other people's hunts and in like footage that we have with their troops and stuff, you can see that they're way more competent. And I was thinking, oh yeah, they're really taking it from like Dragon's Dogma. But because we didn't use them much in Rise, people were saying, they did all that in Rise, man. And I'm like, whoa! I was like, cool. Normally my AI is paradise and he's putting down the bombs.
The thing to me is, do you think that they're going to actually make it so that it scales this time around? Like they scale the monster hit points. Like if you call them in, it will scale the monster to 4 players. Do you think that will happen?
They said that they did.
I asked them, and I don't know if it was. I can't remember the exact wording of the response, but the response was definitely leaning towards I don't think that they do scale it up. But I think that was also probably caveated with like, I'm not really sure. I don't
Yeah,
really like know exactly. But that's like, I think it was like, yeah, no, I don't really know, I'm not really sure. But I think it doesn't scale them up like they're real players, and that would make sense to me because there's no way they're going to be. You think they're going to be playing as competently as other actual players, like with a proper build and absolutely down? Because that's the only way it makes sense to scale them if they're actually outplaying player down.
I don't think they'll scale 1-to-1. I think they'll probably end up scaling the monster so like I don't know exactly what the scaling is for 2 players, 3 players, but let's say like for 2 players it's 1.2 HP. Let's say if you have 4 companions, it would be like 1.3 or something like that. So it's slightly above 2-player scaling if you have like a full team with NPCs. Because I think it makes sense, because otherwise, you know, people are just gonna roughly stomp through the game using companions, I feel like. Maybe. I don't know.
So, let me get this right. You think a player that is struggling with a monster, causing health, needs to get that monster's health boosted so they struggle even more? What kind of toxic behavior is this for?
That's exactly what I think.
Pure punishment, they don't know true monster hunt.
Exactly. And more so, I want when the monster hit them because they called for help, I want the monster to break their armor and they start losing skill points.
Instantly, no more playing. No more skill play.
You guys remember how it used to work in Demon Souls where it's like, if you are alive and you die, the world tendency shifts to dark and monsters That's what I want. I want pain. But anyway, as a final question, you guys both played the single-player story. We don't want spoilers, obviously, because I want people to experience it for themselves. But what are your thoughts? Let's start with 2-6. What are your thoughts on the single-player story? The overall story.
It felt like a proper game. I think it's very promising that they included it into the game. Definitely the right route that they needed to go to take Monster Hunter to that next level and kind of get it like more and be a more appealing game to those people that solely play single player games like God of War or those Sony-based games like Uncharted that are epic tales of adventure essentially. So it's interesting seeing them go down the route. Some of it did feel like it was a bit too much Unreal for me. Maybe it was just the chase sequences were like that, but the polish and the seamlessness of the gameplay transition from like cutscene was really cool, and it was fun to play through. It would have been, I know they've already said it now, but kind of multiplayer, single player, you don't have to go to certain cutscenes and kind of go in and out. It hasn't necessarily been remedied to perfection, but they have said that there will be systems in place where you can even join back in body with like your multiplayer session as you're going through cutscenes, and within that was just a headache going through those cutscenes and getting like you have to wait for that person to watch it and then it was just crazy and stuff. So it's nice to hear that they're making it a bit more smoother, and it's nice to see that they're actually implementing a full-on story. Hopefully the story isn't just
I don't know, fucking spot for the body hits.
We must protect the village, and then halfway through, it's this monster, they're causing something with the ecosystem. Like maybe we can start introducing characters, and maybe Monster Hunter can build up its own like Wesker and I don't know, Jill and the Stars team, like Resident Evil and Dynamo, because Monster Hunter doesn't necessarily have those characters per se that people are super attached to. They're attached to the monsters and the weapons, but not necessarily like characters. And we've already seen that there's the capability of that, because as soon as Gemma came out, people are like, so like, so it will be nice to see that play out on a like to that extent, basically.
Yeah. Where do you land, Paradise?
I mean, I thought the quest was fun. I think in a vacuum, like if I compare it to the other demo, I think I would rather play the Shagon one out than Shagon Home, because it was bigger and lasted longer and had more monsters and was open, properly open world. But in terms of like what the content of it was, it felt like a nice story quest. Like one thing I will say is, I'm not sure how early on in the game it is. It felt like a very early quest.
Yeah, I think that was one of the first quests.
Yeah, because it did feel very on rails. Like it like in the trailer when you see, because it was that same trailer like moment with all the Alahara diving through the sand all around you as you were like riding through the desert, and it looks like when you see that trailer, it's like, wow, it looks so dynamic. There's this big area they're running through. When you're doing the quest, you're on a rail, like you're following a line basically, and then you jump up and you do a little glide. So the actual quest was quite linear, which was something I noticed until you got to go and hunt the actual Chupacabra. But even then, it was obviously in a set spot that you had to go to because it was a quest.
Yeah,
mission.
it wasn't
So
a
I am-
traditional quest. It was very much like one of those. No, we're going here. We're hunting this thing on this spot and done. It's not even the full map.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how the other quests will be, if they're sort of a similar like cinematic experience on
No.
rails, or if they will utilize the open world for the quests, like, and the, you know, the story and the dialogue of it a bit more. So we have to like wait and see on that.
They have to utilize the world more, kind of like what they did Months on a World, even, where you would go in and then you would get the cutscene and all of that stuff. Because if they do all of the main quests on rails like that, I don't think that would make sense at all for this game. So that's not what I would expect. I just think that they did that one like that because it's the first one. And I think that even in the final version of the game, that quest is going to play differently than the version that we got. I think you'll have
Yeah.
a little bit more freedom.
It did also like make me think about kind of like what 26 was talking about a while ago, like the scope that we'll be able to achieve in Wilds with the locales being much bigger and more seamless. And you know, we think about some of those like siege fights with like Zora or some of the super big fights that we've had in the past, and I think they could go proper crazy in Wilds. Like, that quest was a spectacle, even though it was on rails.
Yeah.
So imagine what we could be doing against, like, you know,
Something
ginormous
bigger, yeah.
Elder Dragon
Like
threat,
Duran
you know?
Moran, Jin
Yeah, it's like,
Moran,
yeah,
like a
big
little
sand,
sand
like, monsters.
whale.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I'm so excited for a potential sand whale fight, dude. That's what I'd like to see the most.
You know they're gonna have that June collaboration as well. You're gonna see one of the sandworms come out of the ground, and we're gonna be like, do. I'll go you.
The thumper down, yeah.
I haven't watched anything Dune-wise, but yeah. I
You
can
have
see-
not watched Dune? That's YouTube's homework. Please watch Dune, please. And people in the
I've seen
comments,
it.
please tell them to go watch it.
I've seen them. I saw part 2 a little while ago.
You saw part 2? Oh, yay!
I need to go watch that for sure. But anyway, that is going to be it for this episode of Conscast. If you guys enjoyed it, do hit that like button, subscribe, bell notification icon, all that jazz. There'll be links to all of their stuff that they're working on right now. What are you guys working on right now, by the way? What's your next big project?
Video, more Monster Hunter, a bit of a Dragon Age on the
Wilds?
horizon.
Dragon Age Veilguard?
What other games? Like maybe a bit more Crimson Desert. Yeah, anything that's coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, we definitely have like a lot of Dragon Age next week. We've got a lot of Monster Hunter still to go. We've not gone through like the majority of stuff that we actually want to talk about, and then we have a ton of like Crimson Desert to go through once we actually get our hands on it again, and we can talk about that properly. Hopefully, we can talk about it soon or something. They got to have like a session, because if IGN got that 15 minutes of gameplay, like I wanna get my hands on that fairly soon. So it'll be exciting to see what's in the future. And then probably in October there will be a complete tonal shift, because we're going to be jumping into an FPS called Delta Force that we've been playing offline. So we're going to be doing a lot of content on that. So it's going to go from Monster Hunter straight into a shooter that's going to be a completely different crowd. I'm sure it's going to go fine. I'm sure no one's going to come
I hear the algorithm loves that. It loves variety. It'll work great.
But it's one of those games that we enjoy. And so from time to time we do like shooters on the channel, like do Call of Duty like beginner's guide. We do fighting games like
What the fuck is leg damage?
go down a different lane for like a little bit.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's very percent. But yeah.
That was it.
You guys will be able to find all that over on Eric's channel. Links in the description. We will see you guys in the next one. Stay strong. Stay safe.
Bye bye.
Oh shit. Fuck me. I can't even reach his. was risky as fuck, to be honest. right click. Oh! So lucky in the direction. Fuck. No, what? Okay. Oh my god. I didn't even know that it's like it didn't cancel my perfect rush there. And that's kinda OP if you ask me. Maybe it kinda cancels airborne, just like insect glaive when you jump. Oh, I should do the forward one. Fuck me. Come on. It's my mistake, 100%. but getting hit. Last. No, for fuck's sake.
回収形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。
did I get hit there? What? Oh my fucking god. Black.
There is no escape. Forget your freedom. You are condemned. Rise to the occasion. Claw your way to the top.
Wow.
Stand your ground. Give no quarter. Honor your name. Don't give up yet. Finish this. Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our rights, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
What the fuck? I didn't even notice that I'm on ledge. Classic. Bruh. Oh, I didn't fucking restock. Or maybe I am out of the fucking things. It's also... But out of powders though? I think I just forgot to restock.
最終形態のプレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が ごきげんよう。
No, fuck, really. How the fuck did I miss? Body kill. I don't like it. I'm gonna promote my YouTube in chat. Don't do it! Don't do it!
移動加速車バリスタ使用可能です
That's illegal. No stamina. Even if I turn it off. GG, thanks for visiting. Oh fuck. That's good. Oh, for fuck's sake. Man, the slow stamina is killing me. Oh my fucking god, now he won't stop running. What a classic, what a classic. Oh my fucking god. Oh no, fucking stamina again. For real, you fucking pushed me. Bro, for real? Not me. Oh, I never fucked up. Slow. Maybe. On the tail. I hear this song everywhere I go. I mean, it's a good song, you know? This build fucking sucks ass. I'm missing stamina. I need more stamina. That lobby.
Oh, I see you feeling yourself. That type of pride ain't good for your health. Come on, as you wish. It didn't have to go down like this. I'm done talking, you can listen. I'll say it louder with my fist. I'm the attitude adjuster. Let's see if you tough enough to back up all that stuff. Y'all must have buckle when these knuckles touch you. Hey, don't get fooled.
Oh my fucking god.
I just want peace.
just once, please. Not a bit. Okay. Just a please. That's the cost. Why the leg? It's fucking para trigger now? Jesus Christ. What a fucking bullshit. Oh. That's very nice. Oh my god. Did he got tired below there? Or maybe he got animation stuck somewhere? Yeah, animation. Damn, brother. Oh, I can't run out then. Shut the fuck up! Bro. Classic. Oh, classic. Classic. Oh, fuck off. Fucking tenderize this bitch. I'm going for it. Yo. Shit, I miss. Fuck me. What's that fucking... What even happened? Like, I should be dead there. I'm not sure why I am not dead. It's like there is some kind of lesser hitbox there, or I have Divine Blessing from the cat, but I didn't see it activate on the right. Nie wiem. I just need to remember the left side. Why I'm even trying to do it on the right side? Oh, shit. Nice. Don't have Dragon Balls, I guess. Bruh, header. No response. Can check this lobby, I guess. What the fuck? Face like Master 360. Oh, no flinch rate. Uh-oh. Stinky. Feel low. I don't know if that counted though. Could be too fast. Oops. Fucking. Oh! Life save. Life save. I looked at his HP and I walked to be a bit too much to the side. And they broke the fucking head as well. That's kinda good, I guess. So I got kinda stuck on front of his fucking face. I got kinda confused with where I need to turn. Maybe I should have fucking restored. Can't fucking cancel it. Also, it's fucked up that it killed me in like 2 ticks in the fucking cone. Even if the head was broken. Okay. Is the speedrun fiesta probably? This one probably as well. Good pulse mine, I guess. It's like Kirin and Kaiser. Wet though, but Ramon! Fucking face thank you very much. Oh my god, not the fucking ladder. My only weakness. I mastered it. Release actually very early. I am not sure if I can. have no stamina to run away. Oh, what? Okay, that was why. It's impossible that it's there. Oh. Uh-oh. Holy shit, I died 3 times actually. Didn't face. He missed. Dawnbreaker on non-moving target. Maybe? have waited. Should be GG. That sound of flinching or he was attacking. God damn. That was a lot of sounds. Ah, it's attacking, I think. He's using the sapping, man. It's kinda weak. No pen though. He's waiting with the binder. I mean, at least he didn't cancel it, so that's good. What the fuck? Oh, I'm hitting the head. I mean, the leg. No binder left. lucky, I think. Good night, home. Thanks. What the fuck? Why did he run there though? Ramon. Oh no. Dropped. Damn. That was so close. Actually, he nearly died again. Just hit around into the game. I feel like someone will die. I'm not sure if we can do this. Bro, I healed him. I have to go, dude. I have to go. What the hell? Counter behind it. It'd be nice if you would not sit on this. Okay, I used the fucking adamant seed in the last fucking moment. Good that I turned on the temporal as well, just in case. So I could fucking face tank there. So close, 1 HP. That should be fine now. Just don't let them die, it's GG. It was adamant peel actually, not seed. It's actually a peel, you know. It's actually a peel. Eh, 200. It's not even that bad with the healing. Not even 400. So easy. Easy world. Okay. I'm out for now though. I still have work tomorrow sadly. So it is what it is. I don't know if I will be playing tomorrow or not, we'll see. But for now this will be all, I guess. So see ya guys, I guess. I'm fine.